Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing.
live streaming. Thank you. Welcome to hybrid meeting of full council. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all time unless invited by myself to speak. Members should be mindful that microphones when switched on are sensitive and may broadcast other conversations being held in the vicinity, which may be much more interesting than what we do here. I would also like to ask members to turn off to speak into their microphones so that they can be heard by those in the chamber and those listening at home. Opening announcements, one or two promotional ones that I want to do just right at the start. On Wednesday the 10th of December I will host an evening of Christmas praise including Lurgan Salvation Army Band, the Canterbury Choir, Kings Park Primary School and others. There will be no admission, but everyone is welcome, and any donations will go to Borough Hospice Care, formerly known as the Southern Area Hospice. On Friday the 12th, the Lord Mayor will undertake a Christmas spin-a-thon in South Lakes Leisure Centre, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you want a Lord Mayor here in January, you will book up some half-hour slots. And if you don't, I will know exactly what you think of the Lord Mayor. Seriously, any help would be very much appreciated, and the funds in that case will go to my other charity, which is Epilepsy Action NI. And I also want just to make mention of an event on the 5th of December, which is the Borough Hospice Light Up a Life event, which is held here at 12 noon on that day. Always a very worthwhile event to come to, and I hope that as many that are possibly free will come on that occasion. Thank you. Okay. Apologies. We have apologies from Alderman Ian Burns. Any other apologies from the floor? Councillor Hockian.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Ashley Mallon and Councillor Hockey is online. Thank you.
Thank you. And also online is Councillor Lavelle McElrath. Okay, moving on then. Agenda item 2 is the council minutes. Can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 27th of October be taken as read and approved as a correct record? Proposed by Councillor McClellan, seconded by Alderman Greenfield. Are we all agreed to adopt the minutes and happy to move on? Thank you. Declarations of interest. We can take these as the meeting progresses, or does anyone feel they need to raise any at this time? Okay. Agenda item 4 is a presentation, and we're going to receive a presentation on ending violence against women and girls. And I'd like to welcome Gary Scott, our own safeguarding coordinator.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's much better. So anyway, I was just saying thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor, and thank you, elected members, for allowing me to come and present to you today. We've spent the last year spending a lot of time and effort supporting the Executive Office and Programme for Government around ending violence against women and girls, and the Executive Office did actually come and present to committee this time last year, and we just felt it was appropriate to give you an update in relation to what's been going on and what we've been doing as a council moving forward. Next slide, please. As you all know, we sit in the prevention stream, and there are a number of outcomes around changing attitudes and values, healthy, respectful relationships, and women and girls feeling safe everywhere. And that's, in essence, about hearts and minds, and it's about changing attitudes and values in our communities from grassroots up. Next slide, please. And I think for us, within our council, the key themes that we were focusing on are that the pieces around prevention and early intervention, collaboration, communication and campaigns, and community investment. And they're the core themes that we need to support the Executive Office on. Next slide, please. So just going through each of those titles, the Prevention Early Intervention stream, you'll be aware that we ran a conference to 250 people. And actually that stakeholder engagement piece was very, very valuable in impacting on how we deliver services moving forward in this area. And also we ran information drop-in sessions at South Lakes, which allowed us to engage with members of the public, and it was on a collaboration basis with other agencies. And even on that occasion, we had a member of the public who made a disclosure of domestic abuse in her life. So it just shows the value of that direct engagement with the public around this sort of around this sort of area of business. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we also received funding through the Momentum Fund, which is that financial stream was to allow council to build on the work it's doing. And you can see some of the examples on there. I'm not going to read through all this to you, members. You can read it all yourselves. But it's just to try and highlight some of the key areas that we were able to support groups in, including youth programmes, and that was where young girls and young men within Drumgour Detached Youth, where they actually challenged the behaviours of young people in their area. Equipment for Armagh and Down Women's Aid. And then the Change Fund, which was the money that came directly out to community groups. That was educational work, healthy relationship raising, bystander intervention, and you can see the other bits on there. Next slide, please. So the collaborative piece, I think it was important to highlight to you as members the actual reach that we have across the borough. We work across the Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Partnership, the Local Adult Safeguarding Partnerships, the Safeguarding Board, which focuses on children. Actually, as you well know, I work across Newry Mourne Down Council as well, so we got good collaboration with them. The two health trusts as well that cut across our area. So you can see all the different partnerships that most of which I would sit on or be party to. But in addition to that, there was also project support from that range of groups at the very, very bottom there. And I think it's about recognition the support that elected members gave and the Mayor's office gave as well around supporting some of the projects that we were involved in. Next slide, please. The communication campaigns, you'll be aware of them of what we actually delivered over the last year. And you can see some of the examples that are up there already. These are the primary ones that we delivered. The Stand Up, Speak Out, which was about bystander intervention. The No Excuse, which is about highlighting the issues that are prevalent in society. And then the Respect My Space, which was the scenarios faced by women and girls in public spaces. Next slide, please. And then as part of the work that we were doing, we also supported the Executive Office, Department of Justice and the PSNI Part of Change campaign. I think one of the important things for me is to just mention to you the reach of these campaigns. If we take all of them together, it was nearly 1 million people. It was just under 1 million people we actually reached out to, and we're actually able to raise awareness of this important piece of work. Thank you. Next slide. It was a difficult ask coming from the Executive Office in the first instance, particularly around the time frame and the financial distribution around how we were going to get that out, both in the context of the internal work from Council through the Momentum Fund and the Change Fund. But it is, when you actually look at the work that we actually did, particularly around the Change Fund, which went to 18 different groups, and it says on there 14,000 beneficiaries. That is the number of people that we expect to support and raise awareness to through delivery of the programmes from those 18 groups. Thank you. Next slide. And again, I just wanted to highlight the work that the community development team have done and that collaboration around delivering the various programmes to work out to community groups, but the wraparound support that we provide as a council through a dedicated grant support officer who is going out to all of those 18 groups and providing them with help and advice and support in the context of them delivering in their own communities. And actually, none of the other councils that I'm aware of are doing that wraparound support to the community groups that have received funding in this area. And I think also from my own point of view, what we're also trying to do is we're also trying to provide them with additional support, whether that's training and stuff like that, that I provide to them personally as well. One of the key areas of work that we did do was in August, we delivered a workshop for the 18 groups that had been provided money through the Change Fund so that they could support each other and understand what work each other is doing, and then that avoids duplication to make sure they can work together and support each other and deliver the programmes. Thank you. Next slide. Moving forward into next year, obviously 16 Days of Action commences tomorrow. We are running a social media campaign, which is we're repurposing our stalking campaign, which we ran a couple of years ago. It's a really good video, so I would ask members when you receive it to actually share that out as widely as you possibly can, please. Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes is a new programme that's come out from the Executive Office. Well, it's through University of Ulster Executive Office, which is training in relation to in relation to recognising and responding to coercive control, and we are delivering that out locally to community groups in collaboration with the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. That offer is going to be made to elected members, and we've got some dates in February for you that we are going to offer that training to you to provide that support to you in recognising and responding to it. In the over Christmas 2025, this Christmas we're going to do the No Excuse campaign, social media campaign, and then linked to International Women's Day, we've just gone out for tender for a femicide social media campaign, and then we're collaborating across various different partnerships to deliver a conference which is going to focus on online misogyny and trying to break that cycle around male attitudes and values, that the whole Andrew Tate thing. Next slide, please. Okay, and so Council have received additional funding through the Momentum Fund of £75,000, and again, some of that's going to be used to support the continued wraparound service through the dedicated grants officer, elected member engagement through a working group, which needs to be set up yet, but the work in progress to do that. There will be bespoke, in addition to the head, shoulders, knees and toes training for elected members, there will be additional training provided by Women's Aid that we're going to reach out to them for as well. We've talked about the social media. We are going to develop on a partnership basis a social media platform that will be specific to messaging out and raising awareness of this issue. There are board games that are available to purchase, which we intend to purchase, that we can then support community groups in delivering. And then the branding material and awareness raising material as well for community groups and for council to support community groups as well. Although there hasn't been a commitment yet, we are hopeful that there will be change fund coming out in the new year to share out to community groups. Next slide, please. So in summary then, this is a new space for everybody and continues to be something that we're continuing to develop and we're continuing to work on. It cuts across all of the safeguarding work that I do and we do as within our council, and it wouldn't be possible without support that we get from elected members. So I personally would just like to thank you as elected members for the support that you give council in the context of delivering out this message. And I also think it's important that we recognise the contribution of the Community Development Department, in particular the Financial Assistance Team and the Police and Community Safety Partnership, and the actual work that they do in delivering out this work as well. It's a really good news story, and I think we as a council are ahead of the game and continue to work very, very hard in this area. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Gary, for your presentation and the work you do on this vital topic. I know tomorrow kicks off the 16 days of action, and I hope to attend 2 events tomorrow morning in relation to that, and I know that the Deputy Lord Mayor also in the coming days will be involved. I have a couple of requests here. First one in is Councillor Kate Evans.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for that, Gary, and I appreciate you coming to the Chamber tonight and giving us that presentation. I know I've annoyed you a few times to get an update. It wasn't easy whenever the executive came in and gave us a detail of what they wanted us to do with this money in such a short space of time. But between yourself and the rest of the team and Alison, you have done a fantastic job. And I just wanted to thank you for what you have done, and especially yourself, because every time you've tried to deliver something, you have thought about those who have previously suffered from domestic abuse, and you've always lifted the phone to check with me as well, probably other members in here too, to make sure that you were heading down the right route, and I just wanted to thank you for that. But you mentioned there about the training. I sincerely hope every member in this chamber turns up to that. We're not very good at turning up to training courses, and I really do hope that everyone takes the opportunity, because you just don't know who you're friends with or in your family that is suffering from domestic abuse, and this could really help someone whenever you get trained to know to recognise the signs and what to look out for. And I do hope that everybody turns up to that. Not that I'll be counting or taking numbers or anything, but you never know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it was just to say the head, shoulders, knees and toes training is actually a broader piece of work in the sense that it provides a toolkit for those that are trained in it to go away with, that helps them in how to engage with people, how to talk to them, the sort of questions they might want to ask that might support them in helping people who are experiencing domestic abuse or who they think might be experiencing domestic abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and Gary, thank you for the presentation. I'm really heartened by the internal work the Council is doing here, and also the collaborative work with the voluntary and community sector to end violence against women. I mean, we have witnessed and been impacted by the continuing violence against women in our borough. It's almost a year, and it's hard to believe, since the tragic death of Karen Cummings in Banbridge. And tragically, Karen is just one of many women who have been killed in their own home. And as a society, we continue to remember them. Unfortunately, we do continue to see disrespect for women at all levels. And what I'm really interested in is how these programmes are changing attitudes, behaviours and cultures, how it is creating more healthy and respectful relationships, and how women and girls feel safe. When the executive previously presented to Council, I asked the question about how do we know these outcomes are actually happening, and Gary, I'd be interested in your views on that, just from your work on the ground and what you're seeing, and if this change is actually occurring from this intervention. And it would also be helpful maybe to get an update from TEO on how they're continuing to measure these outcomes as we roll out these programmes from the funding from the strategy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah. So there are probably three parts to the answer to your question. So the first one is that a number of the programmes haven't started yet, and they will be running out from now through until the end of this financial year. We do have a dedicated officer who goes out and is supporting them. It is an outcomes-based assessment of what that work will look like, and we're not going to know the answer to that until probably later on in this financial year. But I would say, certainly for some of the work that's been done that I've been involved in, and in particular the knitting group, and my mum used to be part of knitting knockers group is what they call theirs, and can't remember what the one in Lurgan's called. But then there's another one, the Drumgour Detached Youth. Both have received awards for the work that they're actually doing in this area, external to council, as part of this work and the work that we supported them in. So I think it does make a difference. I personally attended the Jethro Centre conference that they delivered, and actually there was quite a high proportion of men that turned up to that. And actually, so when you're getting men turn up to those sorts of programmes, or young boys as part of Drumgour Detached Youth, actually recognising what those behaviours look like, I think that can only be a good thing. You know, long term, that's where we've got to be. But you've got to start somewhere, and I think it's really, really positive in that sense. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Councillor Julie Flaherty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Gary, for your presentation. Can I firstly concur with my colleague here, just to thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the time that you've taken with a number of us in particular who have an interest in this, let's say, and you've always brought us along with you, and that actually means a lot when it comes to subjects like this. So thank you. Very interested in the toolkit there, as raised by my colleague. But can I just also, with another hat on, I'm the current chair of our ABC PCSP this year, and there was a couple of things we were talking about this actually on Thursday night at the committee. There's one thing did stand out to me, and I think part of maybe this is where the outcomes of this maybe is starting to come in, because of course, as usual, it's councils that's expected to deliver this as always. So, like, for example, I'll give you this struck me, and I've experience of this in my own circle. The Operation Encompass in this area between the 1st of September and the 31st of October this year reached out to 253 children in schools. That number should tell it all. And there's different ways we can look at that, and we did discuss that on Thursday night. The other thing from a PCSP point of view, which I know you work very closely with, Gary, and thank you, is of course, I think it was the start of October, we rolled out at long last the app that I think we had talked about that evening actually last year. So in collaboration with PCSP and the local policing team, what do you call her? Kelly, I think. Moffat, we have that app is now that QR code is now live and going across the borough, and that is a discreet way of reaching out to support, let's say, potential victims, or those maybe they don't even realise, or those that do. and just don't know where to go. So that's out there in the borough, and I think it's on our council website too. You can, comms can correct me on that. And finally, yes, Lord Mayor, there's a brilliant conference, I think, tomorrow morning. I'll be at that too, and the Poor Down Stropton received some money, and the programme that they've put on is very different. They've done a great piece of work with a survey that they're going to present, and they've got their outcomes that they're going to present tomorrow. And you'll see across the borough part of their scheme in the 16, you get me right, Gary, 16 days of action that's coming up. You will see the shoe boxes. You'll know it when you see it. Again, placed across the borough. So if we can all, just as members, get behind these groups in our area that are running these projects, that's the only way this is going to change. Thank you very much for your time, Gary. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And the next speaker is Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Gary, for the presentation. I suppose like the two themes that take it out is education and then wraparound support. And I think it's important that those males in civic leadership stand up and be that voice. And I was pleased to hear your comments around the amount of men participating in the group down in Drumgower, because if we're acting as role models to others or as daddies to boys and girls in society, it's important that they see those of us who have a voice using it. But so if I would encourage you to continue to engage secondary schools and sports clubs, I think is very, very important, because where you can get that macho type response, I think it's important that that's challenged whenever it's done whenever it has been projected in the wrong way. Can I just note one of your last comments around the change fund and possibly more money coming, and I think some of the members here picked it up about it's always left to council. Please tell me it's not year-end money and it's coming after Christmas and it needs to be spent within weeks, because that's where I have a concern, where Stormont sends money down and money's been spent for spending's sake and been seen as ticking a box saying we have spent X amount of hundreds of thousands, and actually it's been spent on short-term projects that aren't actually getting any gain in the longer term. And that's the one thing that I'd seek a wee bit of clarity on. Thank you.
Certainly. I think there's two things for me. The first thing is that whatever money comes, if it does come, we're in a better position this year from what's gone before to know how to plan that out and what that might look like. It wouldn't be for me to say when that's going to arrive or not arrive. I genuinely don't know, but I would have my fingers crossed that we will be getting some additional money for the change fund, but there's no guarantees on that. I do think it makes a difference, though. I don't think it's a short-term thing. I think part of what we need to do as council when we're assessing the programmes is to look at what that programme delivery looks like, to try and make sure that it's capturing the right people in the right way, and that there is some sustainability around the whole thing, because it can't be something you just deliver and then walk away from. And I suppose that's part of what my job is, and it's part of what the community development team's job is to look at some of this stuff and say, actually, what does our community need within the borough, and then how do we best support that through the application process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I have two more speakers and we're drawing a line at that. First of all is Alderman Paul Greenfield.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and Gary, just to thank you for your report tonight. And I sort of echo the sentiments are said by most, but especially Councillor O'Halloran said about the secondary schools. I know some of us, quite a few, think the Deputy Lord Mayor was there at the fantastic conference that they had on the 5th of September, Craigavon Integrated College, and certainly would just be encouraging to see, because those young people there that day were very much engaged and listening, and there's quite a range of speakers there. That was quite a poignant day, for there was a bench unveiled to Natalie McNally, and the family were there, and it certainly was very it was hard to listen to, some of it for young people. Very, very important that it was done. And I think just to congratulate that school on actually having it since they started back, the first week back. And I know our Deputy Lord Mayor and many others from representing the Chamber at that. And it was certainly to encourage the collaboration with the schools, where I think that's the younger that is very important. So thank you, Gary, for your work.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make the point that at the conference we delivered last year, we did invite school children, and there were a number of school children came to that event and found it very, very useful. And actually, if we do get the conference running up and running at the end of this year, the one on online abuse, then we would intend to invite school children to that as well.
Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Keith Radcliffe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And Gary, I'd just like to thank you for the report that you've brought forward, and I know you're tight against time, so I want to congratulate you on it. Very, very good piece of work there, Gary. No women in the Borough should feel intimidated or unhappy anywhere they go, you know, or feel like they could be a victim. And one thing I would just like to add, and maybe the PSNI would need to be involved in this here as well. I've had constituents contact me, especially about the Portdown area, where ladies and young girls have felt vulnerable, especially walking the later nights coming in the area, you know, and no women should feel unsafe in our towns, you know. So I think that's another issue that is ongoing. But thanks again for all your work. Thank you. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Yep, and just thank you all again, everybody. And just to let you know that if you ever need to contact me about any of these issues, you can give me a call anytime. My phone is not quite 24/7, but it's on most of the time. And I'd be happy to take a call if you need any advice at all. Thank you.
Gary, just before you get away, we have Councillor Mary O'Dowd's a late runner here, but we're going to bring her in.
It's not often that happens. Gary, thanks for the presentation. Very much. Very much appreciated. I myself have done work with, like a lot of us, Drumgour Detached Youth, and they are fantastic. They go into schools, they do speak to the young ones and that, so I would welcome everything they do and everything that the other organisations do, as well as the council. You're doing fantastic work. As for the training, like Councillor Evans said, when that training comes along, everybody should avail of it, because we all deal with issues. We all have people come and tell us at some stage, and we need the tools there to be able to guide and help them in any way we can. So thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Absolutely, and we do recognise that when you're in a public-facing role that you will end up engaging with people, and actually sometimes just a wee bit of education, even for us, for you as elected members, even for me, goes a long way to helping you to recognise and respond to those sort of things. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Moving on then, members, we move on to agenda item 5.1. In the committee minutes, can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the Environmental Services Committee meeting held on the 4th of November taken, read and is approved as a correct record? The Chair, Councillor Sarah Duffy, happy to propose. Thank you. And Councillor Michael Rath is online.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to, are we all agreed? Yep, thank you. Happy to move on. Agenda item 5.2, can I have a proposer and seconder for the minutes of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee meeting held on the 5th of November be taken and read as an approved and correct record? Chair Kevin Savage, happy to propose. Thank you. And Councillor Ms O'Dowd, happy to second. Thank you. Are we all agreed to adopt? Okay, thank you. Can I have a proposer and seconder that the minutes of the Community and Wellbeing Committee held on the 10th of November be taken, read as and approved as a correct record? Alderman Barr, happy to propose. Thank you. And Alderman Wilson, happy to second. Thank you. And we're agreed to adopt the recommendations and move on. Agenda item 5.4, can I have a proposer and seconder of the minutes of the Economic Development and Regeneration Committee meeting held on the 11th of November that they're taken, read and approved as correct? Councillor McClelland, you happy to propose? And Councillor Mallon, you were an apology that night. Is there someone else that wants to come in? Thank you, Councillor O'Kane. And before we move on then, I want to bring in Councillor Julie Flaherty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have a small matter arising. If I may, it's ED 90/2025 regarding the Christmas programme. I had made reference to the Relaxed Christmas at committee. If I may, Lord Mayor, can I just thank Noreen? I don't think she's here today, but I'm sure members of her team are. Just for a response I received today. As you can imagine, as noted in the minutes, the tickets for this was released and on the 21st, and never mind the app blowing up. I think my phone nearly blew up on that Friday, with parents waiting for the 2 tranches. So it's great, in ways great to see that the demand is so high, and that has been borne out in the response I did get. So I can see that the number of dates are booked out, which is great, but it does mean there's still some slots left. So I'm assuming there's going to be a wee bit more of a advert comms push on those dates that are still free. And just on another wee note, again, in thanking you for the response, officers, I've had contact from parents with babies and very little ones, some of whom are awaiting treatment and surgery. We're now at the end of November. I just wanted a wee bit of assurance. Now when I say young people, there's young adults too. It's right across the range. But I just want to check, given some correspondence that I'm having and a few worries from parents, if I do have need maybe a few wee changes because of issues like that, because of the nature of this event, is it best that I can still contact the like of Noreen? She's been very helpful, or any of the heads of departments. I just, for some, this event is maybe a very special first Christmas, and maybe an unexpected Christmas, or for some people something else. So just want to make sure that we can accommodate as many as we can. If even if you want to get back to me after the meeting, Lord Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring in Paul Tomati at this point.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Flattery. Yep, for sure, you can still contact Noreen. We can probably touch base after the meeting to clarify anything else, but yeah, it's great to see such a demand and us being able to accommodate such an event, so no problem.
Thank you, Paul, for that. Councillor Kyle Mootray.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. No, I just want to come in on EDR 91/2025, the Enterprise Grant Fund. I just want to come in quickly to welcome this grant, just how crucial it is to businesses at the minute. I think this is the kind of practical support that businesses are crying out for right now. We're in a very difficult economic environment. Businesses are hard pressed. That's no surprise to anyone right now. Businesses, the people applying for this scheme right now are facing rising costs, tighter margins than ever, and a Labour government that really isn't doing anything to foster economic growth. So a scheme like this, something that gives them a bit of help to develop and innovate, is welcome beyond imagination. While we're discussing this topic, I think it's important to acknowledge the concern that small businesses are facing right now, particularly ahead of the autumn budget on Wednesday. There's a real sense of uncertainty from businesses out there, a lot of businesses I've spoke to, and it's a pity that right now, while we're doing this, it's clearly a productive thing. On the other hand, central government are hampering businesses with taxes. And we don't know the full extent of the budget on Wednesday, but one of the big worries being talked about right now is the possibility of the VAT threshold being decreased, amongst other tax rates. For many small businesses and self-employed people in our borough right now, members, that would be disastrous. It would drag a huge number of them into VAT registration for the very first time, adding paperwork, costs and further pressures that they haven't had before. So some have said to me, a change like this genuinely could be the final straw, and that's something that brings me a lot of concern. And that's why schemes like this, what we have here before us, that's why they really matter. While we can't control what happens at central government and in this budget on Wednesday, we can make sure we're doing our best as a council to give small businesses a chance to grow and develop and innovate. So I just want to put on record my support for this fund and to thank the officers involved for bringing this forward. It's timely, it's helpful, and it's appreciated. And I think it's exactly the type of thing that we should be associated with as a council. And in that discussion that took place in the Economic Development Committee, there was calls from some councillors here for exploration of a shopfront scheme in town centres, and that's definitely something I would add my name to. I think that would be well appreciated by a lot of town centre businesses, and I'd love to see that in the future. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, your comments are noted. The next speaker is Councillor Catherine Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and apologies, I was just a little bit late in with my button and I wanted to come in on the back of Councillor Flaherty. I've just had a few queries and I discussed this with Paul at the beginning, but I've just reread the message from a constituent and I've just a wee bit more clarity around our South Lake event and the fact it is 4 years plus. And I'm looking at some of the activities that you can do, and I understand there's maybe one or two that wouldn't suit a younger child, but there are things like the disco, the soft play area and the colouring. And so I'm not sure if we're maybe promoting that wrong and that we could open that out beyond 4. So I suppose it's to ask about that. And can I also get a wee bit of clarity? I know Santa's very busy at this time of the year, but does he come to South Lake during those sessions, or is he busy elsewhere? Don't know if Paul knows that. Needs to make a phone call to the North Pole. Thank you.
Okay, Paul Tamati.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure Santa will turn up to every child's house this year, and I surely hope he does, including South Lakes. But listen, I need to come back to you on that to clarify the situation, if that's all right, Councillor Nelson.
Okay, members, on that note then, are we all agreed to adopt the recommendations of the Economic Development Report? Thank you. Moving on to Agenda 5.5, can I have a proposer and seconder of the minutes of Governance, Resources and Strategy Committee meeting held on the 12th of November? Councillor Evans, are you happy to propose? Councillor Mackle, happy to second. Thank you. Are we all agreed to adopt the recommendations within the Government's Resources and Strategy Committee and happy to move on? Thank you. Can I have a proposer and a seconder that the minutes of the HR Committee meeting held on the 13th of November be taken as read and approved? Councillor Hocking, are you happy to propose? Thank you. And Alderman Burns is absent tonight. In his absence, Alderman Baxter, happy to second. All agreed to adopt the recommendations and to move on. Agenda item 6 is the Chief Executive's report. 6.1 for decision is the Shambles Music Festival 2026, and Brian Johnson will present this report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. So, as the Lord Mayor's intimated, this report relates to the Shambles Music Festival, which is proposed for 2 weekends over May and August of next year. Members may be aware of the previous Era Events Group event at the Shambles Yard, which was in August of this year. And again, the event was very successful. And in Appendix 1, you'll see some of the feedback from businesses in the area. In the end, I think there was over in the region of 3,500 people who attended, and unanimously the feedback was very positive. Under 6.1.2 is a detail, a synopsis of the various aspects that were discussed when we had this report at committee previously, and those are some of the feedback that we've had, and again from working cross-departmentally on it. So in Appendix 2 and 3 are the booking forms as suggested for the 2026 events. It's proposed that the concert is also licensed, as it was in 2025, and will include food vendors with a focus on local food heartland providers. Project promoter has previously worked with Environmental Health Department again regarding an events licence for the previous event, and they would follow the same application process if the proposal was approved by council. Again, further on in the report you can see where the promoter intends to engage with local residents, with local churches, with local businesses, which again she did in this current year, and I think that worked really well. And there were a few situations that the promoter had to deal with and dealt with very well as part of that process. So the recommendation before members is members are asked to approve the request for the hire of the Shambles Yard for the proposed music festival on the 2nd and 3rd of May 2026 and Saturday 29th and 30th of August 2026, and that's subject to the receipt of documentation as outlined. And again, members are also asked to approve that a separate application is made to Council for an entertainment's licence for the festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to bring in Alderman Gordon Kennedy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just following on what Brian said, it was a very successful event last year, and when you read the positive feedback and the comments from businesses that seen their footfall increased, it was good, and it's good to see they're going to engage with the local churches and stuff, where that was a bit of a concern last year, the church timing and so on. So I'd be happy enough to propose as long as all the guidelines is met.
Okay, thank you for that. The next speaker is Councillor Sarah Duffy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I want to take a moment to commend Joanne Shilliday, I know she's here tonight, and the entire team at Era Events for their work at the fantastic event last summer, and for allowing us to go back and relive our younger years. Some had to go back further than others, I'm sure. What we have in front of us tonight is another example of Armagh City at its best: vibrant, welcoming and ambitious. The feedback included within the report speaks for itself, Lord Mayor. Our local hospitality providers reported a huge increase in trade as a result of Joanne's creative and forward-thinking initiative. They have described it as invaluable for their businesses in the city centre, injecting life, energy and vital custom right in the heart of Armagh. I also want to recognise the glowing feedback from PSNI on last year's event and the excellent communication Joanne carried out with the local nearby churches and residents. That proactive approach, listening to concerns, planning responsibly and working in partnership is exactly how to plan events and projects and how it should be delivered, and something that we can learn from. I am very happy to support this request, and I know that Joanne is sitting here tonight proud as punch, and I want to commend Joanne and her team for their belief, vision and commitment to Armagh City and to our local economy. Happy to second.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Kyle Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, would be in support of this. So would Councillor Duffy did seconds, did you? Yep, good. No, happy with this, so but also perhaps we should be looking at exploring other opportunities right across, because the promoter of this event and feedback that I've got from a few friends in Armagh has been very positive about this event. But I do note on the back of the City of Culture, the bit of work that was done there a number of years ago, that they had highlighted other areas within the council area as well. And is it possible to sit and talk to the promoter of this event in Armagh to see if there's any opportunities from right across to run other events right across the borough? So, thank you, Lord Mayor.
I'm going to take Councillor Peter Lavery at this stage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, it was come in support of it as well. I heard it was a really good event earlier in this year, so it's good to see that it's been expanded for Armagh. And almost to come on the point of Councillor Savage as well, Lurgan would be a great place for one of these events. So if Joanne's in the mood for expanding further out in the years to come, that would definitely be a place to go. Maybe me and yourself, Lord Mayor, go along to it. But no, I think it's be a great event, and wish them well for all those attend.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I think Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm happy to support the event, and despite my colleague beside me's youth and inexperience whenever she referred to some of the older ones in the audience, I wasn't there. But however, the feedback locally was very, very positive. And what I do want to acknowledge, during or in the run-up to last year's event, there was a bereavement in the area, and Joanne and the team very sensitively managed that setup and organisations. So I know that was very much appreciated by the family concerned. So I just want to put that on the record. Armagh, just as others seem to, everything we do in Armagh, whenever the community and the business steps up, there are others who want to come in and poach it. But we didn't even get the mention of Dromore tonight. But look, happy to support. What I would ask is that Brian, if they could come back with a policy around how the event space is booked, rather than having to come to council every time that there's an event that somebody wants to do it. If there's a policy there and an applicant meets that policy, should it really have to come to council every single time, is my point. So if that could be done as a separate piece. But thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give the opportunity to Paul Tomati or Brian Johnson to come back after we've heard from Councillor John O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. No, I would like to support this event too. It was a well-run event in the summertime, and it brought a great feel to Armagh City. Not just the crowds, but it was the feeling within Armagh City. It lifted the whole thing. The feedback that we see in the report shows that how well it was run, and now you've got the 2 weekends. Hopefully it'll bring more crowds to the restaurants, the hotels and things within Armagh City, and I'm happy to go to it if the Lord Mayor goes well.
Okay. Take the diary. Okay, Paul Tomati.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for, I suppose, your positive response to this, which we, I suppose, all endorse, certainly us as officers. I suppose I'm just going to talk to a wee piece about Councillor O'Hanlon about a policy regarding, I suppose, the hire of council facilities or land, etc., for future events. I'm very conscious that that's a cross-departmental query and certainly something that impacts, if you like, Jonathan's department, and so we'll need to collectively come back to you on that and see how we can bring something forward that doesn't need to come to committee every time we're looking to hire council land or facilities. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Moving on then to the schedule of correspondence, agenda item 7, 7.1, 7.2. Are members happy to note this? Councillor Joy Ferguson wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair, or Lord Mayor, thank you. 7.1, Kiva's Law. I just want to come in and support this motion that Mid-Ulster have sent to us. I mean, we've witnessed in this chamber the grief and harm that road collisions have caused to families on many occasions, and that grief is certainly compounded by irresponsible recording, sharing and circulation of images and videos taken at the scene without consent, causing further trauma and distress, particularly for families who haven't been notified about the collision. Having worked closely with victims of collisions on the A1 and the Road Ahead support group, I would be happy for this council to support the change campaign for Kiva's Law to reduce digital voyeurism and introduce decency in social media in relation to road collisions. Individuals and families who are impacted by tragedy in our roads must be protected. Therefore, I'd ask the Council do write to the Executive and the Justice Minister to support this motion and the proposed legislative change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Julie Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I fully agree with regards to 7.1, 7.2. I think it really is. It's really appalling, some of the incidents. We see images being shared of accidents, even incidents that maybe are unfolding on our roads, and it goes on all the time with no thought for anyone involved at all. So yes, as has been said by Councillor Ferguson, I'm more than happy to second her proposal there.
Thank you. Councillor Keith Hockian.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it's to, I suppose, speak with a strong united voice from this chamber. I think 7.1 and 7.2, when all of us read it, I would assume we all feel the same. So I think the message from this council should be that we are fully in support of it. No family should have to suffer further distress on top of a death or a serious injury. I would hope that this legislation won't have to be used and people will have common sense, but for those who think they can continue to do this sort of behaviour, the law should be in place to deal with them. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and like others, add my voice to support this. It was on the media, I think it was one of my own colleagues who brought the motion before Mid-Ulster Council for his own personal experience in that he was involved in a road traffic accident and his wife seen the imagery on social media before he actually got the opportunity to contact her and let her know what had happened. But I also think there's an element where we as elected reps have a responsibility to be mindful of what we share on social media around incidents such as this, and think of those involved. This isn't about clamping down on the freedom of the press, and I think it's important that we recognise the valuable work that those in press do. But this is about something way beyond that, and definitely would wholeheartedly support the sentiments and the calls within the notice of motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we have it proposed, seconded and agreed that we support. Okay, thank you, members. And just at this point in time, I want to say it's been horrific. 10 days on the roads with the 5 young people killed just across the border last weekend, and then this weekend 2 in Glenavy and another 2 early this morning in the Irish Republic just across the border. And our thoughts are with the families and those impacted, and we would appeal everyone in these dark wintry days when people are rushing about to take their time just and take an extra minute or two. Thank you. Moving on then to the correspondence for noting. We have 7.3 to 7.7. Are members happy to note those items? Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be brief because I know we have a lot on tonight. I'd just like to pass on my thanks to the council officers for sending a letter to DFI regarding the 20 mile an hour speed limits. I know we didn't really get much further on with the response, but the good part of that really is just confirming, obviously, Market Hill Primary School there, that the active travel scheme will be facilitating, all being well, pedestrian crossing. And I'd like to thank the council officers for engaging in that there, and just ask that the Cusher councillors could be updated on how we go forward with that there, and time scale and stuff going forward, because I think it really ultimately will save young people's lives. It's that important. There's been a few near misses there at that crossing at Market Hill Primary School, so I'd just like to pass on my thanks regarding that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Radcliffe, that's noted. Thank you. Moving on then to agenda item 8, which is a schedule of documents requiring corporate seal. There are 4 items here. Can I have a proposer and seconder to agree to sign all of these legal documents? Proposed by Councillor Herr, seconded by Councillor Savage, and agreed. Thank you. In that case, we move on to agenda item 9, which are the notices of motion. The first one we have tonight is in relation to support for farmers. I'm going to ask the proposer, Alderman Mark Baxter, to speak, and then the seconder, Alderman Gareth Wilson, to second. Alderman Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and members. Tonight I'm bringing forward a motion that speaks directly to the heart of our rural community, because our farmers are telling us loud and clear that something is seriously wrong. The Ulster Farmers Union, representing thousands of farm families, have taken the unprecedented step of delivering a vote of no confidence in DAERA. Their president described it as a deep dissatisfaction on how the department is handling key issues affecting farmers. When the people who feed us, who maintain our countryside, who sustain our rural economy, say they've lost confidence, that isn't politics. That's a warning sign that we, as elected representatives, cannot ignore. All this motion asks is simple: that this council stands with our local farmers, acknowledges their legitimate concerns, and urges Minister Muir and DAERA to build trust through proper, meaningful engagement. Because without our farmers, we don't just lose a sector, we lose the backbone of our entire rural way of life. Our agricultural community is not looking for special treatment. They are asking for fairness, clarity and respect, the basic foundations of good governance. And the truth is this: they feel those foundations have eroded. The UFU has been clear that engaged with DAERA in good faith, repeatedly attending meetings, offering evidence, proposing workable solutions and trying to help shape policies that protect both the environment and the future of farming. But the message we are now hearing from farmers is that their concerns are not being taken seriously, and consultation has too often felt like a box-ticking exercise rather than genuine partnership. Members, we must remember something important. No sector is more invested in environmental protection than the farmers who live on the land, who raise their families on it and hope to pass it on to the next generation. When they tell us that policies around issues like the Nutrient Action Programme, ammonia or TB control are being developed without proper dialogue or practical understanding, that should concern every single one of us. And we also know the sheep sector in particular has been left waiting for far too long for the support that was promised. Farmers facing cuts to payments are still being told to wait and see. That's not good enough. It's not good enough for families trying to plan their future in an area already in an uncertain climate. It's a call for accountability, the type of accountability that strengthens the government, not undermines it. We want a minister and a department that works with farmers. We want policies grounded in evidence, shaped through consultation and implemented with respect. We want confidence restored, trust rebuilt and communication improved. It's not a heavy task. That is the bare minimum that any major sector deserves. By supporting this motion, this Council is sending a very clear and simple message. We hear our farmers, we value them, and we stand with them. We're endorsing the UFU's position because it reflects the real experiences of real people in our borough. We are writing to the Minister because we want DAERA to succeed, and we are recognising the importance of our agri-food industry because, frankly, without it, this district would not be what it is today. Our farmers are not just producers. They are custodians of our countryside, employers, innovators, and contributors to the life and identity of every rural community represented in this chamber. Lord Mayor and members, this is one of those moments where we have a choice. Do we stand quietly in the sidelines while confidence between a major government department and our farming community collapses? Or do we use our voice and encourage dialogue, accountability and cooperation? I believe we must choose the latter. I commend this motion to the members in the chamber, and I will read it just for completeness. The notice of motion is as follows. This Council recognises the vital contribution of farmers and the agri-food sector to our local economy, environment and rural way of life, the importance of meaningful engagement and fair consultation between government departments and farming representatives. So the Council therefore resolves to 1. Express its full support for the position of the Ulster Farmers Union and its call for greater accountability and reform within DAERA. Formally write to the Ulster Farmers Union offering this Council's endorsement of their stance and acknowledging the legitimate concerns of local farmers. And 3. Write to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to convey this Council's position and urge constructive engagement with UFU to rebuild confidence and trust. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I do trust that the members will see the merit in this motion and will support it. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Baxter. I'm going to call in Alderman Gareth Wilson to second here, but beforehand, I would just remind members that the proposer has 5 minutes, everyone else has 3 minutes, and in fairness, I will have to adhere to that. But anyway, Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm not going to take much time other than to generally second what my colleague Alderman Baxter has said. There's no doubt the value of our farming and agri-food sector to our local economy. It's worth billions. It employs over 100,000 people directly and indirectly. It's of huge value and importance to our retailers. There's a lot of growth, particularly in our own borough. In LEC, we put a lot of stock in terms of our agri-food businesses in the borough, and we channel a lot of resource from a council's perspective into our food and drink sector here, and we promote it. And during my time as mayor, wonderful interactions with them. We went to London with a selection of our local agri-food producers, and I was blown away by just how outstanding the quality of our local producers could bring to the table in terms of putting that produce on a UK stage and shining very brightly in that regard compared to everyone else in the other regions that were present at that show. So there's no doubting just exactly how important it is we need to listen to what our farming community is saying, what our producers are saying, and step up and support them with words and with actions. And this is what the motion before us seeks to do. I am fully supportive of it and very happy to second.
Okay, we have no other speakers at this time indicated. We've got Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My colleague, dear Minister Andrew Muir, has expressed disappointment at the Ulster Farmers Union motion of no confidence. His approach since taking office has been informed by extensive engagement with stakeholders, including farmers, environmental groups, rural communities and the farming unions. He has sought to pursue a balanced approach, respecting his responsibility to everyone in Northern Ireland. The Minister's and our party's record of standing up for farm families is, whether it's on the inheritance tax or in securing continued earmarking of funding for agriculture, is clear. Alliance has secured over £300 million in ring-fence funding for farmers in Northern Ireland. This is the only part of the UK where this funding has been ring-fenced. This funding is being delivered through the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. In addition, he secured over £12 million of additional funding for a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. The Nutrients Action Programme has been mentioned. The purpose of NAP is to improve water quality and reduce pollution from agricultural sources. A stakeholder task and finish group has been convened to consider consultation responses, identify solutions that are workable at a farm level within realistic timeframes and capable of meeting our legal requirements. A further public consultation will be undertaken before final proposals are brought to the Executive for consideration. This includes additional capital support which has been sought from the Finance Minister to assist farmers in meeting the NAP requirements. Alliance is leading on the protection of the environment. The Ministers recently announced plans to create an independent environmental and protection agency in Northern Ireland, which has been welcomed. For too long, our environment and nature have suffered from a lack of robust protections, and we are all seeing the consequences. An example of this is Lough Neagh. Lough Neagh is an ecological disaster resulting from decades of neglect, including by successive DUP ministers who prioritise reducing farms for polluters rather than protections for the environments. Local residents in this borough are fed up with the pollution they are seeing in the borough. Residents can see the pollution, they can smell the pollution, they can taste the pollution. It needs to stop, Lord Mayor. Therefore, I can understand why the DUP continue to bend over backwards to protect the largest source of this pollution, which is the agricultural sector. Alliance make no apology for pursuing an approach that is firmly rooted in science and evidence, ensuring a successful future for farming, while also restoring our environment, improving air and water quality, tackling climate change and driving down rates of TB. All of this requires leadership that doesn't involve backing away from inconvenient facts. It also requires leadership and political support to ensure the law is complied with and the policy is shaped by evidence, not rhetoric or ideology. And that brings me on to an amendment which I would wish to propose to the motion. So, Lord Mayor, if you go to the motion there, I'm going to keep most of it until you get, which is that, and then you get down to this council resolves to, and there's 3 points. I'm going to change that into 1 point. So that this council resolves to write to the Ulster Farmers Union asking that they engage with DAERA at all levels to work towards finding solutions to key issues in the agricultural sector, with a particular focus on reducing the high levels of pollution which are damaging the Northern Ireland environment. Need me to email that on to you, or? Okay.
Correct.
Alderman Baxter, you have a point of order.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. You know, the motion is about writing to the DAERA Minister. I think the amendment that's made is really a direct negative of that, and it would take directors' view on what they think about it. To me, that's a direct negative. We're basically saying, I don't write to the Minister, which is really contrary to the motion.
Okay, let's just hold until we get a copy of the amendment from Councillor Lavery, please. Councillor Lavery, if you can send it to Wendy's email, please, if you've Okay, members. Councillor Lavery, we've taken a read at your amendment, but we don't believe that it's acceptable because it's a radical change. It's not an amendment at all. It's not acceptable, so it's not. So, okay. The next speaker in that case is Councillor Kyle Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's a lot of could say, but there's a lot of don't say. To be quite honest. First off, I want to thank the members for bringing forward this notice of motion tonight. It's good to know that we have support as a farming community, that we do have support. And just for the record too, no other council within the United Kingdom has done as much to support the farming community as what our council has done here. You know, it's clear on the record there's over 500 million comes into our local economy here on the back of the agri. 7,000 people employed within our council area, 3,400 odd farmers within farming families within our council area. And I'm one of those. And I am also a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. And I will declare that here. It's on my register. Unfortunately, I was unable to make that meeting that night, but if I was there, I would have voted along with them. I voted no confidence within the Minister and the Department. We take a look at what farmers have to put up with. The scrutiny, food safety and all of that, which is right. But we also have a government then that's so hell-bent on bringing in cheap imports from other parts of the country which are not up to the same level of standard. There are many figures that are bandied about. The mental health is a major issue within the farming community within the United Kingdom. The last figures done by the Farmers Guardian, a study carried out by them, quoted 44% of farmers under the age of 40 suffer from mental health problems. And I want you to think about that for a second, because that's the generation that we expect to feed the ever-growing population within this world. Recently, at a meeting with one of the leading supermarkets within Northern Ireland here, they didn't have enough chicken to put on the shelf that week. They had to go and bring in chicken, which also brings our planning issues into account as well. The foot trailing that happens within planning within Northern Ireland, which is holding up farm families from expanding, for growing their business, and it's because departments are not doing their job efficiently. And I think this is a message, not just to the Minister, but to everyone down at Stormont. Get on and do your job that you're paid to do. You get well paid to do it, and it's about time you stepped up to the mark and started to deliver, not just for the farming community, but right across. We've seen the scandals with RHI, we've seen everything that has been through at the farming community over this last number of years. Farmers are resilient, but I want to close and thank those bringing that notice of motion forward tonight. You have my full support on it for what that's worth. Thank you.
Councillor Tim McClelland.
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you for letting me in and listen. It's no secret that I own an arable farming business and that I'm also a member of the UFU. And to be honest, I hadn't planned on speaking this evening on this. But to be honest, Lord Mayor, in the 7 years that I have been coming to this place, Councillor Lavery's contribution this evening, I have never heard such a load of nonsense. I could use other words, perhaps like Councillor Savage intimated that he could, but I'll not. I'll just call it for what it is, Lord Mayor. Total and absolute nonsense. The Alliance Minister Muir has a choice. He can't speak out of both sides of his mouth. He's either for farmers and for farming families, or he's not. He's either for dialogue and for bringing forward sensible proposals to improve water quality, or he's not. And farming and farmers have a role and a place to play in improving water quality. But so has Northern Ireland Water. So was each and every one of us that have a private septic tank in this chamber. So has a lot of other statutory organisations. And to target, because let's call it what it is, target farmers in these matters. And it's just ridiculous. You know, so Councillor Lavery talked about improving the strategy in terms of controlling bovine tuberculosis. You know, if we had the chief vet here and he was given a report, I don't think that that's the position that the Northern Ireland chief vet would say, because TB is out of control. So again, that's another reason why what Councillor Lavery has contributed this evening is nonsense. Lord Mayor, as I say, I hadn't planned on speaking, but just when I hear that type of contribution, I'm sorry, I just have to. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Keith Hockiam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the members who brought this motion. I think on behalf of our party, I think we understand and appreciate the sentiments that are behind the motion. There's obviously huge concern and passion within the farming community, but I think we also need to show a bit of respect. I don't think the right road we need to travel here is to shout down elected members or make comments about nonsense. I don't think that's the way forward, and I suppose that gets the heart of our response to this tonight, because we can't actually support this motion because we don't believe that motions of no confidence are the way to resolve this particular issue. So what we would do is we would call on the Minister, call on DAERA, we would call on the Ulster Farmers Union to get back around the table and to try and find common ground. Because if you listen closely to the comments tonight, I think everybody wants the same thing, but there's obvious disagreements in how we achieve that. But these motions of no confidence are not the way to resolve it. So I would call on members to show a bit of respect and to take a common sense approach to this, and let's get back around the table and try and support our farmers, support their families, support the work to get better water quality for all of us. And I think that's the way forward, so we will not be supporting this motion tonight.
Councillor Lavery.
Oh, sorry, I hadn't put my light on, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to give the proposer an opportunity to wind up then before the question's put.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for all the contributions this evening, and particularly to two colleagues who are farmers. And while I represent a rural community, I'm not a farmer, so I can understand where the passion comes from, because they've lived experience of the issues that they're facing. But I work with farmers and I deal with farmers every day, and indeed the business that I'm involved in wouldn't survive without the farmers and without the farming community. When business is slow, it's whenever the farming's under attack. And when things are going well, when the farmer's spending money, everybody does well in this country. This is a rural community. This rural life is the backbone of our community. And I think when we talk about the dialogue and stuff, I suppose, you know, if you had to listen to the motion that I brought forward, it's all about getting back around the table, and I think that's what the Farmers Union wants. They want to be heard. So as I close, the issue couldn't be clearer, just the confidence between our farming community and the Minister. It's broken down. I think that's clear. Farmers have told us exactly why. They faced delays, unclear communication, policies developed without the level of engagement that they deserve. It's not the fault of farmers. This is the fault of leadership. So tonight's motion, it's not about attacking the department, it's about standing up for the people who sustain our rural economy every single day. It's about asking the Minister to reset his approach, ask him to rebuild trust and to work with farmers rather than leaving them feeling ignored. Our farmers, they're not looking for special treatment, as I said before. They are just looking for fairness, respect and a genuine voice in decisions that shape their future. By supporting the motion, we send a united and constructive message that partnership matters, good engagement matters, and that this Council values the people who feed us and care for our countryside. Members, I believe that the farmers and the farming community have done their part, and now it's time for the Minister and the Department to do theirs. So, again, I urge your support for the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, we now put the question. Everyone agreed? No? No. Okay then, in that case then we go for a vote. Recorded vote is requested and granted. Okay. The vote is now open, folks. Okay, members, we're going to close the vote now. Okay, members, the result is as follows. We have yes 20 votes, no 17 votes and 1 abstention. And since it's recorded, I'm going to read out the where the votes went. Yes, myself, Councillor Scott Armstrong, Alderman Glenn Barr, Alderman Mark Baxter, Alderman Paul Berry, Councillor Kate Evans, Councillor Judy Flaherty, Alderman Paul Greenfield, Councillor Peter Hare, Alderman Gordon Kennedy, Councillor Tim McClelland, Councillor Lavelle McElrath, Councillor Kyle Moutre, Councillor Alan Mulholland, Alderman Paul Rankin, Councillor Keith Radcliffe, Councillor Kyle Savage, Alderman Margaret Tinsley, Alderman Gareth Wilson and Councillor Ian Wilson. Those voting no, Councillor Robbie Alexander, Councillor Jessica Johnson, Councillor Fergal Donnelly, Councillor Paul Duffy, Councillor Sarah Duffy, Councillor Joy Ferguson, Councillor Brona Hockey, Councillor Keith Hockian, Councillor Peter Lavery, Councillor Liam Mackle, Councillor Jude Mallon, Councillor Chris McCartan, Councillor Claire McConville Walker, Councillor Catherine Nelson, Councillor Mary O'Dowd, Councillor John O. McKeon, Councillor Kevin Savage. The abstention was Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon, so that vote has been carried. Okay, move on to the next one. Okay, members, we move on to the next notice of motion. Did you want to come in, Councillor Savage? Yep.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me in. Lord Mayor, the next notice of motion relates to a site that's got a current live planning application attached to it. As a member of the planning committee, I think it's prudent that I withdraw from this meeting when this has been discussed, simply because there's a live planning application, Lord Mayor, so I'll take my leave. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Very wise, and all of a sudden this lights up and we have about 8 names. So can I suggest that those that want to withdraw from the meeting indicate, first of all, Councillor Ian Wilson, withdraw. Councillor Mary O'Dowd, withdraw. Councillor Julie Flaherty, withdraw. Alderman Gordon Kennedy, withdraw. Councillor Scott Armstrong, withdraw. Councillor Fergal Donnelly, withdraw. Councillor Alan Mulholland, withdraw. Councillor Paul Duffy, withdraw. Councillor Kyle Murtry, easier to stay those that were remaining. And Councillor John O'Gokian, withdraw. Okay. Okay, members, everyone satisfied? Councillor Alexander, you want to propose now to the remainder of that are here to hear you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am bringing this motion forward because I believe we have a significant opportunity, one that could shape the future of Craigavon Lakes and ensure that this unique space continues to serve our community in the best way possible. As members will know, the Southern Regional College currently owns a parcel of land at the lakes upon which they planned educational development. However, the decision in the courts to rightfully overturn the planning approval made in 2019 means that the circumstances for the college have materially changed. What we are left with is a strategically important piece of land at the heart of one of our most valued natural and recreational assets. Craigavon Lakes is a place used daily by families, walkers, cyclists, clubs and community groups, people of all ages and backgrounds. It is a space that supports health, well-being, leisure, biodiversity and a connection to nature, and every decision that we make must reflect that responsibility. Members, this is a really simple matter. Our community has spoken and they are outraged that this land was ever sold. It is time to explore the option of bringing this back into council ownership. My motion this evening does not commit us today to any purchase. It does not set financial decisions in stone. What it does is ask the council to formally engage with Southern Regional College, assess the feasibility and understand the options available to us. That is prudent, that is responsible, and that is how good governance works. Craigavon Lakes is one of the jewels of this borough. We must be proactive in shaping its future. By supporting this motion, we take a sensible first step, gathering the information we need to make informed decisions and ensuring that this council remains firmly in control of how this land fits into the wider vision for the lakes. I ask members for their support today so that we can begin that engagement, explore the options and do what is right for our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring in the Deputy Lord Mayor here to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is an important... Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is an important motion that we are bringing forward this evening in relation to Craigavon Lakes, as my colleague outlined the previous context for why it is needed. As a council, we are fortunate to have Craigavon Lakes in our area, a space which has environmental and recreational significance, supporting health and well-being and champions biodiversity. It is a focal point in our borough for both residents and those who come to visit and therefore we should support protecting such a vital asset that serves all of our community. We firmly believe that it's long past time that Council looks to explore engagement with the Southern Regional College and understand the options available to us to bring the portion of land back into Council ownership. That is the least that our community deserves. We as a Council should look to protect the uniqueness of Craigavon Lakes and be proactive in developing its future that ensures its biodiversity, environmental sustainability, leisure and recreational use is protected for generations to come. I thank my colleague for bringing this motion forward and his commitment to ensuring protection of the lakes alongside supporters. I hope that we have members' support this evening to explore the engagement process with SRC and the practical options that we have available. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Councillor Liam Mackle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I possibly ask officers in terms of the implications that there is a live planning application in relation to this land and you know, the implications legally for the council discussing this motion? And there's also, I understand, an active field and trust application relating to this piece of land as well, which council I understand are currently working on a policy to deal with, and the implications of that for this motion as well. Lord Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackle. Before I take your points, and I think we may need to go into committee to take them, I'm going to take a couple of others if they're pertinent on the floor. Councillor Kate Evans.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Whilst I don't agree with, or I do agree, sorry, with the motion and getting the land back into our ownership, it would be amiss of me not to bring up the fact that when this land was going to be sold, councillors sitting in this very chamber asked that there be something put into it to allow us to recoup the land back if the building did not go ahead. And it's disappointing to know that what councillors asked for in this chamber didn't even go into the agreement. That's a massive failing on behalf of this council, and I know the current director had nothing to do with that. I'm not even sure who it was that was sitting over this whenever it happened, but it was a massive failing. And I just wanted to bring that up here tonight. Whenever we go to sell certain bits of land, we should have been looking at something like that and not just throwing it to the wind and ignoring what councillors had asked for.
Okay, Alderman Mark Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think, whilst I understand why members would bring a motion, I think it's probably a bit ill thought out given all the questions that have already been raised and the issues that have been raised by Councillor Evans and the questions by Councillor Mackle. Probably we will not support the motion tonight. I think it undermines confidence in the council's decision making process. I think it would damage actually our credibility and potentially expose the council and ratepayers to significant financial liability for, you know, we're citing here that it's a strategic importance and all this other stuff. Look, we've been told, you know, from a capital point of view, we can't spend any more money until 2035. But yet an ad hoc paper comes to council tonight to commit us to spend of potentially, I'm not sure, I don't really want to talk about figures, Lord Mayor, as you said, we'll maybe have to do that in committee. But I'm quite happy to talk about figures in committee. But there's no projections of money, or I just think it's ill thought out. I think it's probably premature. I think it's probably more about grandstanding, bringing it to the chamber as opposed to maybe asking the question with officers in the background to get all these details before you try and bring it to committee and doing it from a good governance perspective. And just to make the point too, you know, ironically, the minister in charge at the time said it was a fantastic, this whole thing that we carried out here, it was 2014 I think, said it was a fantastic opportunity for young people. And he was at pains to stand down there at the photo shoot with the chief executive and local DEA councillors. Alderman Tinsley I think was there as well. And he was very much promoting how good a site this would be for an SRC. Guess who the minister was, Lord Mayor? Dr. Stephen Farry of the Lions Party. So I think it's quite ironic tonight that the Lions Party are turning all that in their head and saying we should buy it back. I think it's a reckless, probably waste of taxpayers' money. It makes no fiscal sense whatsoever. And I don't think it's a good use of ratepayers' money. So we...
Ratepayers would think different, you know.
Okay, bringing in Councillor Catherine Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, we are supportive of the sentiment of the motion. My issue, I suppose, is that it is suggesting that we're not working on this. And I think that's just simply not true. I It's perhaps a little bit of electioneering from a party feeling to break ground in central Craigavon, trying to maybe become a little bit more relevant. But I know certainly Alliance may not be talking to SRC in the background. Sinn Féin certainly are. We have had workshop and officers have went off with a piece of work around designating the land as either a local nature reserve, looking at protecting it in perpetuity. And we have also had briefings, legal advice around the fact that it's a complex land question, and comparing that obviously to the fact that the North Lake is something that we have protected since 2009. So I just think it's unfair to suggest that we're doing nothing. I think it's not honest with those watching, and that's why it does smack a little bit of electioneering. But that said, we will support the motion. I think simply we could have just asked officers for an update of where things are currently at. But obviously just a wee bit concerned that if SRC are now watching, they know that we may now wish to buy this, and that will create a very different conversation when it comes to looking at a sale than had we done this just a wee bit more sensitively than electioneering and we're in the chamber. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm minded to take Councillor O'Hanlon, and then as we have a proposer and seconder, we'll go into committee to explore some of the issues that Councillor Mackel raised. Councillor O'Hanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and would share some of the concerns of other members. But it's just that also, whenever officers are coming back, I think it would be useful to get some factual accuracy around. We've heard some people say that there's a live planning application. My understanding is there's a live planning approval, not another fresh planning application. So whenever officers are coming back, and I don't see the head of planning in the room, you know, I think it would be useful if we actually got some of the accuracies correct in the first instance. And like Councillor Nelson, I prefer if this was done on if officers had been asked for an update and a full paper brought back in advance of whatever moves you wanted to take. Well, then I think that would be a better approach. In terms of the sentiments, I completely get it and completely understand, but I think it would be useful to get the facts on the table first before we're asked to take further steps.
Okay, Councillor O'Hanlon, we're going to take the points that you raised in committee. Can I have a proposer and second at this point that we go into committee, proposed by Councillor Hoggan, seconded by Councillor Duffy, and agreed? Thank you. and we're in open session again. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Councillor Robbie Alexander.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you, members, for taking the time. I do appreciate it. And again, thank you for all the input. I suppose on the one hand, I do welcome all the engagement on this issue. I still stand by the sentiment of it, although I have listened to what members have had to say. If I go back to why this motion was brought, it was to do with the fact that there was public outcry at this decision, and I have spoken to members of the public who live in our community, who live around the lakes, and that really was the driving force behind this motion. To me, it was simple. That was a very simple issue, that the general public were not happy with this, and that is why this motion was brought. Having listened to various council officers and having listened to all of the commentary from members, I would like to adjust the proposal by amending the last sentence to "This council agrees to obtain legal advice on this proposal and asks that a report be brought back to the relevant committee," as per Standing Order 2111.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that? Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor has indicated, you'll bring you in, yes?
Yeah. No, happy to second, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Mark Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And what an unnecessary waste of the last hour. I have to say that. What a complete mess, shambles, shambolic. To bring this motion when we had to go into legal advice, and I've been told very clearly that from a governance point of view it was an omni-shambles, and I still hold that view. And no doubt the narrative on Facebook and every other social media outlet tonight will be completely different. But the motive behind this motion, I think as was pointed out earlier by others, is political grandstanding, because something like this in my 14 years as a councillor I never seen before to come as a motion. This is brought as committee papers, this is brought as working groups and discussions, and I think at the time when the original decision was made, after Minister Stephen Farry's welcoming announcement down here on the lakes, all parties supported it round this chamber. But now we're bringing into question that very position. Yes, things have changed. I'll tell you what has certainly changed: the value of the land tonight as a result of this. And I think now we're talking about having to get extra legal advice, so there's going to be more cost incurred. And I wonder, did members consider that when we hear in a litigious world about surcharges and all these other things that are bandied about this chamber? I have to say, in the strongest possible terms, I think it was politically immature to bring such a motion to this chamber this evening, and I think the debacle that surrounded it since has proven that. While I appreciate that members have a right to bring these things, and every right, democratic right, if they're lobbied, and that's fine, and it's right to do so, and it's good to have the conversation. But I think the manner in which this was brought tonight has been totally shambolic. Still can't support the motion in the way it's been brought. And I think the third paragraph, furthermore, the council acknowledges the frustration from the local community. Well, if the local community, is a lobby group of a couple of hundred people, I can tell you, there are a couple of hundred people on the other side of the fence that are now, really disappointed that a £45 million investment that they felt would have enhanced that area is now not coming. Whenever Banbridge moved on, and they've got state-of-the-art media facilities over there, and I'm sure you've been there yourself, Lord Mayor, and in Armagh too, when the two colleges are now up and running. And the young people in Armagh and Banbridge have first-class, top-notch facilities. And what about the children in Craigavon? They don't have any, and the prospect of them getting any now are lower than ever. That's not to say where the college or whatever, should have been built. All those arguments have went before. But I think now we're talking about buying back development land and putting it back into parkland. If that's the will of the council, that's fine. But I think to say that, the local community were is not wholly or so frustrated by it isn't actually true. Because people sometimes don't want to be berated on social media doesn't mean that they were for all the lobby groups and stuff that were against it as well, because I can tell you there was two sides to that story and there's two sides to every story. No doubt the narrative on Facebook tonight and all the other media outlets will be completely different from what actually took place here tonight. But as I've said, and it's been said before, it was political grandstand. It was very, very... As I said, sorry, my microphone went off. It put us all in a very, very difficult position this evening and left us wide open to litigious challenge. So we just wanted to make that point and put that on record. But completely from a governance point of view, happy enough to have the conversation and do it in the proper way, but the way it was brought tonight was disgraceful.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And the way things transpired tonight was cack-handed. It was very disappointing, and it put some of us in a very difficult position. Never mind the background of the debate of the issue we're concerning, but we got very strong legal and governance advice as to why the matter couldn't proceed in the way it was put before council. And I think it's important that that is on the public record. It's also important to note that 13 of our colleagues left the room, 13 out of the 14 who sit on the planning committee, exercised caution and left the room, and I think that should be noted. But I have to say that no matter the issue of the debate tonight, I think it was very, very disingenuous, and the way that the issue was transpired, that it was very strong advice from our head of planning. It was very strong advice from our legal and monitoring officer, and that members are taking the decision based on legal advice with people with no vested interest. I think it's important that we are taking that independent advice as we step forward.
Councillor Catherine Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I too just want to clarify that tonight from our Head of Planning and our Solicitor, we have been told as members that if we are to proceed with this motion, we need legal advice. And that leaves us very open. So I'm frustrated that members have been left open like this, because that motion was known to officers prior to this evening. But I'm also frustrated that the Alliance Party, in their political naivety and perhaps a little bit of inexperience, brought forward a motion that's worded in a way that means that members are now backed into a corner so that they can have their moment on social media. So I think this has been a real sorry affair this evening. And given the legal advice that we have had, I just want to reiterate, for those that may misrepresent our view, we absolutely support the sentiment of this motion, but without legal advice, as we have now been told we need by two people in this chamber, we can't move to a decision on it. So we will abstain until the legal advice is brought before us.
Okay, and Alderman Paul Berry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And based on the legal advice tonight, as others have said, and clear, concise advice from the Head of Planning for this council area, and the serious governance issues that this would cause the council, I would be voting against this tonight. This motion brought by the Alliance Party has been very much ill thought out, and in fact I would go as far to say it's reckless, because of the way it's been worded, because of what's being asked of, and how the implications it would have for us as a governing body and a corporate body of the council. And I believe that the Alliance Party should have done more homework. They should have been in more conversations and discussions with senior officers before such an ill thought out and reckless motion was brought. And then they may have got some more support tonight in the chamber, but certainly given our legal advice and that of the planning service here tonight and the clarity that was brought, I as a member could not support this motion as it stands, and even with an amendment. And once again, I would call on the Alliance Party to withdraw this for good governance, on the grounds of good governance.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Barry. We're going to draw this to a close here. I'm going to ask, in relation to the alteration of the motion, it requires consent. Do we have consent with the alteration to the original motion? No. Okay. On that basis then, so we have to agree or not the original motion that was put on the papers tabled over 10 days ago or whenever. Are we agreed with the motion? No. Okay. Do we need to divide on it, or are we? I'm going to ask Councillor Alexander to come in and whine then at this point.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was under the impression that I had already done that, but I suppose that previous section was whenever I was making the adjustment. Look, again, I think plenty has been said. I am very clear on where I stand on this matter. I was more than happy to bring this motion, but I have heard what other members have said. I fully take it on board, but I do believe that this, that this was right to bring this before Council this evening. And yeah, I will leave it there, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, members, it looks like we're going to go to the division then. I'm going to call a vote, and there's a request for a recorded vote on this. Okay, Carol? No, the original. Okay, members, the vote's now open. Okay, members, we're going to close the vote now. Okay, members, the result of the vote is as follows. In favour of the motion, 4, against 14, abstain 7. And since it was recorded, I will read out the names. Those voting for: Councillor Alexander, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Lavery. Those voting against: myself, Alderman Barr, Alderman Baxter, Alderman Berry, Councillor Evans, Alderman Greenfield, Councillor Hare, Councillor McClellan, Councillor McElrath, Councillor O'Hanlon, Alderman Rankin, Councillor Radcliffe, Councillor Savage, Alderman Tinsley. Those abstaining: Councillor Duffy, Councillor Hockey, Councillor Hockian, Councillor Mackle, Councillor Mallon, Councillor McCartan and Councillor Nelson. Okay, if somebody wants to inform those members who are outside then please. We'll give them just a second to get back in. And we'll move on then to Councillor Peter Hearn, his motion, and no doubt he's hoping that it's less controversial. Councillor Barr, did you want to come in? Yeah, I'd hope they'd be in pretty quickly. They've been out long enough. We'll give them a second or two. Okay, the next item of business is noted motion in relation to the achievements of Daniel Whiffen, and I'm calling in Councillor Peter Hare to propose.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for allowing me to bring this motion forward. The Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon Council area continuously punches above its weight in sport, producing champions across many disciplines. At the 2024 Paris Olympics, several other athletes shone, but one achievement stands above the rest. Daniel Whiffen from Marlin made history by winning in the men's 800 metres freestyle, becoming the first athlete from Northern Ireland to win an individual Olympic gold since 1972. He joins the ranks of icons like Lady Mary Peters. At just 23 years old, Daniel's achievements are already remarkable. In addition to his Olympic gold, he has earned Okay. Okay, I'll start again. No. At just 23 years old, Daniel's achievements have already remarkable. In addition to his Olympic gold, he has earned a bronze in the 1500 metre freestyle and a two-time world champion, a three-time European short circuit champion, and was named the BBC Northern Ireland Sports Personality of the Year in December 2024. Most recently, he broke the Mar-Nadam series record in Barcelona. To mark this historic achievement, I'm proposing two measures: that we erect a commemorative plaque at South Lake Leisure Centre where Daniel trains when at home, a lasting tribute that he will inspire young swimmers for years to come. Secondly, that we update the council boundary signage for Marlin to include the words "Home of Olympic gold medalist Daniel Whiffen" in recognition of his contribution to local, national and international sports. With a population of just over 2,000, Marlin is proud of Daniel. Other councils such as Ards and North Down for Roy McElroy have taken similar steps to honour world-class athletes. I am pleased to confirm that Daniel and his parents fully support these proposals. Unfortunately, Rachel and Jonathan Whiffen could not be with us this evening as Rachel is currently in hospital. We send our very best wishes and hope for speedy recovery, and I know they're listening online. Colleagues, I urge you to support this motion and give Daniel the recognition he richly deserves for his exceptional talent, the pride he brings to Marlin, and the inspiration he proves across our borough and beyond. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hare, and I am delighted to second this. Daniel has done himself proud, his family proud, the village of Marlin, where he emanates from, proud, and indeed this borough, and I think it would be very fitting that a plaque was erected in South Lake Leisure Centre in relation to his achievements and would help to motivate other young people, hopefully across the borough. So happy to second that. I'm going to bring in now Councillor Keith Hockian.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, our party group are more than happy to support this. And I will mention he's also an ex-student at St Patrick's in Armagh, which I went to myself. So it's good to get that in as well. Just my question would be, is there a policy around this? Because my fear would be Not that we're overrun with Olympic champions necessarily, but could we put something in place to make sure we don't ever miss out on somebody who achieves something of the highest standard and they could be recognised, but fully supportive of the motion.
Councillor Peter Lavery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Alliance Party, we'll be supporting this motion. You said yourself, Daniel's done the village proud, the borough proud, and most of all his family proud, given all his hard work and dedication. I had the privilege to be down in Burns Bar when Daniel was going for the second medal. He ended up winning the bronze there, and as mentioned, and the crack was mighty. I'm surprised that they didn't hear us in Paris. There were not many people cheering us on. So I think the motions outlined by Councillor Hare and yourself are very much appropriate, and particularly the sign in South Lake Leisure Centre there. So it's almost a tribute as well in part to council, because no matter whether you're learning to swim or whether you're going for gold, South Lake Leisure Centre can certainly help you along the way, along with all our very good staff there. So congratulations to Daniel and his family, and look forward to seeing this in Marlin and South Lake Leisure Centre.
Okay, and Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to agree with the sentiments of the motion, and happy to support. I want to know how Maherlin got a boundary signage whenever the rest of the council haven't got it. But I'm more than content to support it. But what I would also note is the measure of the young fella for what the prize money that came with it. He donated to his college in St Patrick's in Armagh that was invested in a gym equipment in the school. And to me, that tells me more about that young lad than any gold medals or anything that he has around his neck. So more than happy to support and congratulate him and thank him for his contribution to sport across this island.
Okay, Councillor Kyle Savage.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, our party will be supporting this. It's great to see fantastic achievement for Daniel and for the village of Marlin. I'm just about a mile and a half up the road from it, and it's great to see. And I was part of the welcoming home party for Daniel that night in Marlin, and it's great to see the community from all backgrounds coming out and supporting him, and Daniel and his family. So it's great to see. So that we will be supporting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I take it everyone's in support of that, so we can count that as passed. Thank you. We now move into confidential business. Can I have a proposer and seconder, please, for confidential business? Councillor Peter Lavery and Councillor Keith Radcliffe. Members and listeners to the audio feed, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of this council. This means that we'll be turning off the public audio feed to the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to turn off the audio feed and confirm when that has been done? Thank you. Okay, can I have a proposer and seconder to adopt the decisions that were taken in committee? Okay. Proposer and seconder to adopt any decisions that were taken in committee. Thank you, Alderman Tinsley, Councillor Armstrong, and agreed. Any other relevant business? We have Councillor Joy Ferguson wishes to raise an issue about financial assistance programme. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate, members, this has been a longer night than we would have expected. Tonight I'm requesting an information paper to be brought back to committee to update on the progress that's being made towards a more proportional, simple, user-centric financial assistance process that is totally focused on the community. ABC Council has distributed millions of pounds to local organisations through the financial assistance programme to empower and develop our local communities. We have an amazing financial assistance team, small but mighty, hugely experienced, with unrivalled knowledge of community assistance. And currently there are a number of work streams that are ongoing to improve the simplicity and proportionality of the financial assistance process. However, tonight I'd like to draw out a few examples of community experience and encourage internal council thinking to pivot towards the lived experience of our processes as told by community organisations who apply. Firstly, community organisations are saying the funding landscape is becoming fragmented with an increasing number of fund types, with many opening and closing dates. Therefore, I'd like the information paper to update on the approved resourcing plans to support the financial assistance team. To improve community experience, we must ensure resources match the increasing demand for our funding and ensure the burden of this workload does not fall on our financial assistance team or our community organisations. Secondly, I would like the information paper to consider the possibility of a review mechanism after application so that community organisations who are ineligible due to minor mistakes such as uploading the wrong supporting documentation or a missing signature on a constitution are guided to rectify that mistake rather than finding out months later they are ineligible and never had a chance of successful funding in the first place. Community organisations who rely on funding deserve better and a fair chance of success. Thirdly, through the forthcoming community consultation with organisations, we must ensure our current and future online systems are designed with simplicity in mind and user tested by community organisations to understand how practical they are. Community organisations are telling us a number of situations where applications have stayed in draft format with no alert that it wasn't submitted and that word count calculations are not directing to the question that it refers to. A bad online user experience will lead to community frustration, and we must pivot to a new perspective when it comes to our online systems. Lastly, Lord Mayor, over the longer term, I'd like to see some consideration of a rolling fund across a number of our key funds, i.e. funds that are not date dependent. We do this for our large capital scheme, and further exploration of options would be helpful to understand if this was feasible across all of our funds. Achieving a simple process that balances our governance requirements is vital, and it's where our community organisations want us to be. While improvement work is ongoing to reduce bureaucracy, I'd like this paper to think out of the box and place proportionality, simplicity, and a good online user experience front and centre so our communities remain empowered to continue and deliver positive change from the ground up. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you everyone for your patience on that.
Okay, we have Alderman Baxter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and appreciate that Councillor Ferguson has brought this tonight because obviously it's a very big part of what this council does, and we've celebrated giving out those millions of pounds over a number of years. But I suppose I'm a bit confused because over the last, 6 months to a year, we've just carried out a very extensive review of FAP, and there was a FAP working group that I sat on. I'm not sure if one of your colleagues, Councillor Ferguson, was on that FAP review, but that what you've outlined tonight we've actually been doing for the last 6 months. And the last paper, I think we agreed it at the last full council meeting that was in the papers, that we agreed those changes. We've made it more user-friendly. They adjusted the dates and they brought it down, I think, from 3 calls to 2 calls, but that could be stand corrected on. But there was lengthy discussions over many, many months about a full VAP review. So I'm not sure where this is coming from, but to my mind, we've just done it. We've just done this. And maybe if Councillor Ferguson could be furnished with that information from last month's council papers, maybe that would set minds at rest as to the work that's actually been, the extensive amount of work that's been carried out by officers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, if you want to respond briefly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, I acknowledged Alderman Baxter that there has been a huge amount of work done on this. And, you know, we appreciate the work that members have put in, but also officers. But we have to listen to our community organisations in this. And this is more about pivoting the thinking towards the actual experience community organisations are going through when they go through our processes. The improvements that have been suggested haven't been implemented yet, and I think it's important that we reassure our community organisations that this work is ongoing, which I have done through my words tonight. But we do need to ensure that we have an independent look at those improvements and that community organisations do not say to us in any fashion that the user experience is not good enough, because regardless of lots of improvements that have actually been made to the system, they are saying that there are elements of it that are not working. So my point tonight is that we need to take a step back, and for the improvements that will be made, that we ensure that they are proportional and that they are simple, and that no further community organisations say to us that it is really difficult to get funding from the council. I appreciate we have to balance this with governance, but that is just the approach I think that we should take, and we should get that information, updated information on the progress made with that project so that we're fully furnished on that.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Director Paul Tomati.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to wait for all comments before maybe I reply, if that's okay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a comment. I mean, I think it's really disappointing that the entirety of the Alliance Party's contribution to this council meeting tonight has been dictated by 2 organisations, not the community or not community organisations, 2 separate lobby groups, one earlier, one now. Wish they would go away and think about things for themselves.
Okay, I don't detect a question there, so we'll go to Councillor Peter. We'll go to Councillor Peter Lowry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't have a clue what Councillor Mackle's talking about there, but I will. It's a reasonable request from Councillor Ferguson, which I'm happy to second. I think it's worthwhile getting this additional important information. Thank you.
Chair, and thank you for letting me back. And I know the hour is late, and tempers are maybe starting to fray. But this work has just been done. It's just been completed. I'm not sure if the Alliance was on the working group or not, but the information's there. And I can tell you this: the community groups were extensively questionnaires and surveys and brought in working groups, and there were, you know, this work has been ongoing for 6 or 7 months, and we've just finalised the review, and I think it came through at last month's council paper. So, are we saying that was done after 4 or 5 years of a review or whatever? Are we saying that we need to do this again and carry out the piece of work that we've just finished?
Okay, Alderman Baxter. We're going to move now to the Director to bring his comments, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for your comments, and certainly thank you, Councillor Ferguson, also for your views. Yes, you will be aware through the FAP working group we have been, I suppose, undertaking a review of FAP. It's been quite ongoing. Your suggestions about how community grants could be more accessible and the process more user-friendly are obviously welcomed. And we understand this, I suppose, through the working group previously. We're aware that some groups do find applications a wee bit challenging, and the team has been using feedback to inform the review of the financial assistance program. In fact, an action plan for in-year improvements has been included in the department's business plan for 2025-26. which was updated last month. The action plan includes a number of initial changes, some of which you will see that have already been made, but also outlines the work towards a more ambitious overhaul of the grants program and supporting process. We know there's probably still a wee bit of work to do around that. As you've noted, that over £1 million of funding is distributed every year, and this is through a very small staff team. This has unfortunately limited the pace maybe in which we'd like to change some of the things, and I suppose we've taken a wee while to get to where we've got to so far. We've recently reviewed the staffing structure in the department, and in coming months you'll see the staff team significantly increase as we move through that process, and I suppose appoint a number of new staff to the team. With additional staff, we can implement a more ambitious change needed, and working more closely with community groups to improve the experience of the grants process. Customer experience is key to a lot of this, and I think a lot of members acknowledge that. In the new year, we'll be holding a number of independently facilitated workshops as part of the events review to listen to groups regarding their experience in applying for grants, and I suppose any of their ideas for change. We do hear a lot of positives from community as well in terms of those that do get funding. Over 500 groups a year can facilitate and work through the process at the moment. However, in the, I suppose, act of continuous improvement, we'll always continue to listen to that. Engagement will help us shape our community grants program and inform changes that will be implemented in 2026-27, hopefully. But I'm happy to bring in an information report back to committee if that's what members require.
Okay, thank you for that, Paul. Okay, Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon, do you really have to come in? At 11:15, we've still got Christmas trees. Quick. Right.
I don't want the message to go out that we don't appreciate the work that our staff has done. And between Alison, Ruth and the team who have worked with the majority of members who turn up to the working groups to be able to shape the FAP process. And I have to say, I know the staff, anytime you go to them, you ask a question with a bit of direction for the community groups out there, they're always very willing to help, and I know their advice and help is really appreciated. So I just don't want a narrative to go out that the work that some of us have been involved in for the last number of months was wasted. It hasn't, and we just need to give it time to bed in.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, very briefly to wind up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, my comments tonight did bring out the good work that the FAP team have done. We all know that in this chamber, and I sat through a FAP workshop myself to try and improve the process. But what I want to ensure tonight is that we continue, and Paul used the words continuous improvement, because we might find that these changes are implemented and there may be further changes, but we need to open our mindset to know that there could always be continuous improvement to this, to make sure that it is simple and proportionate for community organisations. We want to see as many community organisations receive funding that is possible, and with continuous improvement in the programme, we should be able to achieve that. So please do not misconstrue my words in this chamber. The FAP team is very much appreciated, but we must always have the mindset where we challenge how good our financial assistance programme is and continue to do that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the last item of the night, and it's Christmas trees. Alderman Glenn Barr and Alderman and Councillor Ian Wilson. Now, Alderman Barr, you first.
Going for 11 o'clock, Lord Mayor, thank you. And ho, 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 it's a great season to be into. When the Christmas tree was delivered into Rathfine, I think it was on Friday, there was a widespread public outcry in Rathfine. It wasn't so nice, and I think some of the other members got a bit of slagging about it, and a load of messages as well, and a few phone calls. Now, to cement my own thinking on this, I brought up 3 marketeers that done a bit of research. One was 5, one was 7, one was 8. Sorry, one was coming 6, not 5. And the three things that they said was it was nice, it was bushy, it was nice and bushy. It's not very tall. And whenever we come up from the Banbridge Road and we've seen this, we can hardly see the top of the Christmas tree with the cars parked there. So, and I realise that it's been a very bad year. We've had the storm damage to a lot of trees throughout Northern Ireland. So what I would like to ask is that we tick the 3 boxes. If officers could go away, have a look, score Northern Ireland, score the Republic, score the GB, wherever, to see if they can hit the 3 boxes that the boys were asking for. Nice and bushy, nice, and tall enough to represent the people and the community of Rathfriland and the young people. That is my ask. It's nothing major. It's just to go and have a look to see can they champion these boys and the wider community. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Wilson, is there anything you want to add to that? Make it short.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's a loaded question there. No, we have to agree with Alderman Barr. Myself was inundated with complaints, tagged in Facebook messages and things, because social media now, people have an instant platform to complain. And yes, I have to agree with a lot of the complaints. The tree in Rathfriland was very miserable looking. But I have to thank Elizabeth. I raised the matter with Elizabeth, and she explained obviously the problem with recent storms and the storms throughout the year and the problem sourcing trees. And it's welcome that we're getting a report now in February to hopefully alleviate this problem ongoing, because it seems to be in this chamber, the issue with Christmas trees is traditional as turkey and ham. There's always an issue. I know Councillor O'Hanlon had an issue in Keady last year. Now myself and the Banbridge reps have an issue in Rathfriland. So we just wanted to raise this issue, and we don't want to be here next year again, because people look at what other towns are getting, and it's trying to be fair. So thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me bring this AOB this evening. Thank you.
And the last speaker tonight, definitely from the floor, will be Councillor Joy Ferguson.
Last word. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, support what Councillor Wilson and Alderman Barr has brought. Very robust market testing there from Alderman Barr. I would only add that consultation with the traders and with Rathfriland Regeneration would be really important for next year, just so that they're happy with the tree, locations of the tree, and the street lights as well. So I just ask for some consultation with the people in Rathfriland on that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Elizabeth Rainey will have the last word from the top table.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, we updated party leaders a couple of months ago with regard to the issue which has been outlined by some of the members tonight, just around the storms and the issues. And as a council, I have to endorse Mark Halliday. Head of department went out to pick the trees this year because of the pressure that staff were under to get the best trees. He was out. He was one of the earliest councils out to select. So we have certainly done our best as officers. As I've advised members, we hope to bring a report back in February, and we will need to look at artificial trees and the options around that and the costs around that. So certainly bear with us until February, March time. We'll review where we are at the moment and then bring a report back to you with around costings of artificial trees. The situation will not be improving, so I think we have to look at this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth, for that. Okay, members, I think that's all tonight. So wish you safe home. Take care on the roads. Thank you.